Hello? There we go. Hi. You. Hello, hello. Another one. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Testing. One, two, three. Testing, testing. Okay, I think you turn it up. Okay. Some kind of there. Okay. We. Hello, hello, hello. There. Can you hear me now? Okay, good. So today, yeah. Oh, good, 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 good. Yeah. Sorry about this. To get this. bubbles cool and sip it. And put it on.
Test 1 2 1 2.
Yes. So see, the guy's looking at his phone. So the bottom half of that is a ceramic tank, and in that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of molten all clear glass.
Take a look at the thing, see what I can do with this. Hello, hello. Test 1 2 1 2. Hello. But it also could be that too. I don't know. Hello. Test 1 2 1 2. I wonder, does it work better when I do it like this? Kinda. Sorta. Because when I talk into it like that, it comes through pretty clear. So
I'm right up on top of it. There we go. Hi. How are you guys? Good. Are you the science of art guys? Oh, do you guys know it's science? Yeah? Science? There you go. Oh, no science of art. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. My mistake. We get classes in here to teach science and the connection to art. But yes, Is that lava? It's glass, melted glass. It's kind of like lava. It's just about the same temperature as lava. Nothing. That's called the glory hole. It's an oven, and the oven is so hot that the sides of the oven are glowing orange. So the man in the blue-green shirt, that's Romson Bustillo. He's our guest artist, and he's working with our glass blowers. Yes, he's an artist. The man in the kind of blue-green shirt. So he's working with our resident team of glass blowers, and they're making his designs. Can we put up some of? Oh wait, can't put up anything right now. So, just to get you started, we have like two kinds of furnaces. We have the glass furnaces and the glory holes. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, that's what the glass furnaces look like inside. So each of the glass furnaces is kept at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. That's as hot as the hottest volcano. And the bottom half of the furnace is filled with melted glass. Yes? Oh, okay. Well, I will not drink lava, I promise you. Yeah. Say that again?
Lava's like liquid
Yes.
inside of like a giant like this. Like
Yeah.
this is kind of like a volcano. So if we filled up all like a lot of lava here, it would be like a volcano, and then maybe
Yeah. No, that's right. Well, the glass is very much like lava. Lava is melted rocks, and the rocks have a lot of silica in them. That's a mineral. And the glass has a lot of silica in it. So if there is nothing. What happens if lava touches the ground? Nothing. We pick it up and we put it in our waste bucket. There you go. So we just dipped it in our big tank of molten glass and got a hot new fresh layer. Now Sarah is going to shape that, and the tool in her hand is called the block. Oh, she sees something in there she doesn't want. At this point, when it's hot and gooey, you can pull things out and snip them off. So there you see, some of it fell on the floor, and nothing happened. What? You would burn yourself. We don't touch it until it cools off. Now Sarah's going to shape the glass using a tool called the block, and she's going to make that bubble nice and round and even. It's fun. It is. It is super hot. It is. It does. So now Gabe takes the pipe over to the pipe cooler. That little trough there, we lay the steel pipe in the trough, and we spray water on it to cool it down and make it easier to hold. So we put the water on the metal rod, not on the glass. So now Gabe is putting a bubble in the glory hole. The glory hole is the round oven with the door open. He's going to get it nice and hot and soft, and he's going to bring it to Sarah sitting at the workbench to shape. You guys have any questions? Yes. We have various things. We have steel tools. We have wooden tools. We even use everyday ordinary newspaper.
Why do you need cutting machines if you get everything else?
Yes.
Because they use metal tools that they'll just like when is that thing out? What is that block gonna turn into?
We're going to turn into a big jar.
How long does it take you guys to finish?
I don't know. I would guess probably 45 minutes, an hour. So now Gabe is going to blow. Gabe is the man in the hat. He's blowing through that steel tube and blowing up that bubble like a balloon. Yes. I don't know. I'm going to ask him. He's a little busy. So Gabe is blowing again. So that bubble is actually red. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat. When that cools down, it'll be red.
How does it not? How does the towel not?
Oh, it's because it's wet. It's just folded up newspaper soaked in water, ordinary newspaper. Yes. What?
Oh wait, like those.
No, he's making a big jar, a funerary jar, sort of part of the Filipino tradition.
Is it gonna be like one of those jars up there?
Can we put up some of Mr. Bustillo's work up on a big screen? Mr. Bustillo is an artist who does many different things. He does printmaking, he does performances, and it's just last couple of years he started working in glass. And these jars were used in traditional Filipino culture to contain the bones of people who have died. Called secondary burial jars because they would bury the person, then all the flesh would go away, and they would collect the bones and put them in these ceremonial jars. Do you guys have any questions? This is Nick. He's cooling off his pipe. Do you ladies have some questions? Nope. Okay.
get the melted glass in there?
How do they melt the glass? They melt the glass in the big furnace. Those are the machines where you see the doors closed.
Oh, what makes it? Like, what is it made out of? Like sand or something?
There are yes, there's three. Yeah, there's three main ingredients in glass. There's sand. That's most of it. It's mostly melted sand. Soda ash or sodium ash. That's a chemical which lowers the melting temperature of the sand, makes it easier to melt. And then the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. So sand, soda ash, and lime, and you cook them overnight, and they all melt together and make glass. Very good.
Good question.
So you can see one of Mr. Bustillo's jars right here on the pedestal. So they're going to make something similar, not the same, but a big, thick jar like this. So Gabe is dripping off the excess glass into that steel can. We'll save the excess glass, and eventually we'll put it back in the furnace. Yeah. 90 feet. 90 feet. So now Gabe is looking for bubbles or debris, something in there he doesn't want. At this point, when it's thick and gooey, he can grab whatever he doesn't want, pull it out, and snip it off. When the glass is hot, you can cut it with the scissors. There's two kinds of ovens. There's the glass furnaces, the ones with the doors closed. Those have the tanks of melted glass in them. And then there's the glory holes, which have no glass in them. They're just a chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. So if we just want to heat it, we put it in the glory hole. If we want to get more glass, we go to the glass furnace. That make sense? So now Gabe is using a torch and heating up the places where he snipped off the glass so that it melts in nice and smooth. When we heat something with the torch, we can focus the heat in a particular place. When we put it in the big round oven, it kind of heats up the whole thing. Sarah's going over to our pipe cooler. And she's going to spray water on the metal rod. And that'll cool it down and make it easier to hold. So glass blowing is a team sport. We rarely work alone. So you guys were asking about color. The color in glass comes mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Different metals make different colors. So if you cook it up with a metal called cobalt, the glass turns blue. If you cook it up with chromium, the glass turns green. We have a little video to show you how we apply the colored glass to our bubble. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Heavy automatically, and then you have to have, I don't know, just a little bit. And keep on watching. It's gonna be a while. Seeing that? I think he said like 45 minutes or a half an hour. I don't know when.
So right now, Gabe, the man in the hat, is heating up the glass exactly where he wants to shape. The tool in Gabe's hand is called the jacks, and we're going to use it to squeeze the glass and make a crease in it. That crease is the place we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe. So Sarah's getting that bubble really hot and soft in the glory hole, and she'll bring it to Gabe, who's sitting at the workbench, and he's going to make the crease. So he's squeezing the glass with a tool called the jacks as Sarah turns the pipe, and he's making a big notch in it, and that's where we're going to break the glass off the pipe once we're done shaping. So the man seated to the left, he's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube and blowing up that bubble like a balloon. See you guys.
Thank you. Yep.
we have a ceramic plate covered with wax, and we're going to use it to flatten some of the surfaces on this big jar. Gabe's got 2 pads of cork in his hands. He's going to give the glass a squeeze. So right now the glass is soft. As he presses on the glass, he can make it narrower. Can we put up some of the artwork by our guest artist, Romson Bustillo? Mr. Bustillo is a multifaceted artist. He does printmaking, he does installations, he does performances, and he also, last couple of years, has been working with glass. So he's not a glassmaker himself, so he works with our resident team of glassblowers here at the museum. These are all his designs that we're making, but they're being made by our glassblowers. They're giving that bubble a flattened profile. Resting on that ceramic plate and flattening the sides with 2 pads of cork. So Ben, seated to the left, is blowing, inflating that bubble a little bit. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Oh, they're blowing air on it. When we blow air onto the hot glass, it stiffens that part. So if we want it to be stiffer, we blow air on it. If we want it to be softer, we blow fire on it. They're making a jar, these funerary jars, part of the Filipino traditions. They're modeled after these traditional funerary jars. This is part of Mr. Bustillo's heritage. You can see one of the jars here on the pedestal. So Mr. Bustillo has given us several different shapes, and we're making the shapes for him. Sarah is heating up the glass in the glory hole. Sarah is the woman in the black shirt and shorts. I'm going to give it a little squeeze with those black pads of cork. The cork allows us to press on the glass and shape it without leaving any marks. Hi. How are you guys? Good, okay. Do you guys have any questions? Yes. Can you what?
Hello, everybody.
Yes. We're making these jars, like all different shapes, but kind of like this, these big, thick jars that are part of the Filipino heritage tradition. Yeah. Oh, these things, I think, they'll probably be an hour and a quarter, hour and a half. We started at 10 o'clock, yeah. When was this place first made? In 2002. No more. That was enough. Yeah.
If you say a word, how does it go there?
Excuse me? Oh, how does it? That's called closed captioning. A computer is listening to what I say and spelling it out on the screen. You can see that on the internet too, yeah. It's 2,300 degrees. It's as hot as the hottest volcano.
What
Yes.
shape are you making today?
Well, you can see what shape we're making, that shape. How do we get it so hot? We burn natural gas, like a gas stove, only a much bigger burner. Yeah.
go through on this one. Okay.
Yes, the light is on. Just dropped out in the middle of talking. No events. Okay. Four score. There we go. Whoa. Okay. Whoa. I apologize to you guys. We're having trouble with our microphones. I think we got it fixed now. Say what? What about the mic?
You should say hot shop lunch.
Hot shop lunch?
Hot shop. Hot shop lunch. Miss?
Yes.
I have a question. What is those? There's a little bit of glass.
The hose?
No.
It brings the water to this.
The little piece of glass right there. There's glass.
Oh, I don't know. Piece of glass.
Yeah, here's some materials right there.
Yes. What's your question? Speak loud.
Where did you get the materials?
Where we get the materials? We get all the ingredients from our glass from a company in North Carolina called Spruce Pine Batch. And they give us all the ingredients, and we throw it in the furnace, and we cook it overnight, and in the morning it becomes glass. There's three main... Sure. When we have to touch the glass, we have these special gloves. They're made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. Yes.
Why is it so big?
Why is what?
Why is it so big?
Why so big? Because they got a lot of insulation to protect your hands.
Can we get a close look at a piece of glass?
Sure.
Whoa. Can we touch it?
Yep.
It's like a ruby. That is so big. Can we keep it?
Nope.
Oh. Is it real diamond?
Nope. It's glass.
Is it real glass?
Yes.
Is it like this? Wait. Is it like this? It's a different color too. Whoa. That's cool. Is it like my chain?
I don't know what your chain is.
Like.
No, that's metal.
Oh.
Yes.
What's the first step to making glass?
First step in making glass. You get all the ingredients, sand, soda ash, and lime, and you throw them into that big furnace. We cook them overnight, and all the ingredients melt together and make glass. Yes.
How does it change color?
How does it change color? The color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat. The glass is the same color, it's red. But when it gets hot, it glows orange. Have you ever looked in a toaster when a toaster is on and the wires get hot and they look orange? Yes, that's the same thing you're seeing here.
How many years have you been doing this?
How many years have I been doing this?
All of you.
Oh, different amounts. Gabe is about 29 years. I've been working glass for about 50 years.
15 years?
50. Half of 100.
50?
50.
How old are you now?
I'm 71. So now Gabe is going to trim off some glass around that opening. Sarah's catching it. Doesn't fall back on the piece. So we want a wide sort of rectangular opening. And so we're going to have to cut away the glass at the top of that bubble. When you first cook the glass up, you add different metals to make different colors. So cobalt, which is the name of a metal, makes glass blue. Chromium is another metal. That makes glass green. A little bit of gold makes glass red. So you do it when you first cook the glass up from the raw ingredients. Tin.
They like the baseball.
What?
There's a baseball. It looks like a baseball. Behind on the stage up there. The white one. It looks like baseball.
You can go up there and look at it.
We'll see if we can. You want to go? Let's ask and see if we can. Okay.
These shapes that Mr. Bustillo is making are based on objects from his Filipino heritage. These were used as funerary jars. There would be two burials for the traditional dead. They would bury them for a while till all the flesh went away, and then they would take the bones and put them in these ceremonial jars and bury them again. So the inspiration for these glass pieces that we're making are these traditional funerary jars.
Next one, can you make a turtle shell the next time?
We're busy with Mr. Bustillo. We have to make what he wants. He's going to be here all day. Making something all day.
I have a question. I have a question.
They look at it and they watch how it moves. As it gets softer, it kind of flops around a little.
What?
To a kind of round cornered rectangle.
Yeah. Um, yeah, it's like a container. It's a ritual container. Yeah.
It's not a funeral, not a funerary glass.
They're all part of the burial. Um,
Process.
yeah, they're not really process. I would actually say historical rather than traditional, because a lot of people have converted already. So people have either become Christian or Muslim. So it's more historical, yeah, than tradition. And they're like, think of burial objects, just like when we in the West bury somebody, we put stuff in the funeral. They're simply just bigger, or Tutankhamun or something like that. Tutankhamun's a good example. Like you take things with you to the other place, as a belief, whatever. I would.
What? To get to the other side. So if I were making this drinking glass, the pipe would be here, so I could shape this side and this side, but I can't shape this. So I grab it from the bottom, break it off, then I can shape the opening at the top. So these forms that we're making are part of historical traditions. These were used in burial containers that you might find in a tomb. And so his modern sculptures are a derivative of these historical shapes. This is a sort of a somewhat rectangular shape. It's a little bit hard to make because glass wants to be round, and we're kind of fighting it a little bit to make it so straight and rectangular. So right now, Ben is heating up the glass in the glory hole, the round oven. So we're going to have to coax his shape little by little. guys. You guys have any questions? We're pretty good. We're looking at some serious experience. Gabe in the blue shirt, he's been blue one for 29 years. Tall guy, Ben, he's been doing it for 30 years. Yeah, it's their job. I mean, it's like being I don't know, a musician or a doctor. It's a it's a vocation, but it's also, part of who you are. It's still a job. Yeah. So now we're going to add some additions. We call them bits, B-I-T-S. So now Mr. Bustillo is shaping the glass with those cork pads. Cork is a material which allows us to press on the glass without leaving any more. Sarah, to the right of center, in the black shirt and shorts, is going over to our furnace. You get a little bit of glass out there. So let it set up a bit and dip it in once more. And she'll bring it to Gabe sitting at the bench, and Gabe will form it. Sarah's taking the glass over to the pipe cooler. If the steel pipes get hot, we spray water on them, and that cools it down and makes it easier to hold. The only time these pipes get really hot is when we go into the big furnace and get glass out. So we bring them over here, we spray water on the metal pipe, that cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Has anybody got any questions? Yes. How hot does a fire have to be? It's 2,300 degrees. It's 200 degrees hotter than the hottest volcano. Why does she have to bring it into the oven so many times? Well, when we put it in the oven and we heat it up and we make it soft, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft, and when it starts to cool and stiffen, we have to go back and make it soft again. I don't know. I mean, we do use water. That big bucket behind the workbench, that's full of water, and that's where we keep our wooden tools, and we keep them wet so that they don't burn.
Excuse me, what are they making?
They're making a funerary jar. It's a traditional container that you used to have in the Philippines that they would bury stuff people with. So they put like all sorts of stuff so that when the person goes to heaven, they have things to take with them. So Mr. Bustillo is originally from the Philippines, and so these kind of jars were part of his tradition of his people. Do you guys have any questions? Yes. How do they not get hurt? They're very careful. They've been doing it for many, many years, so they know how to avoid the fire and work safely with each other. It's, mostly practice.
How does that fire, what kind of material does that, so the fire so the metal in there doesn't burn?
The fires, all these machines are fired with natural gas, the kind of gas that you'd have in a gas stove, only much hotter. Yeah. It's natural gas, or chemically it's methane. Yeah.
What are the things for the, for the thing? What is it made of?
What are the ovens made out of? They're made out of a fire brick. It's a kind of brick that you would use in a pottery kiln. It's when they cook it up to really high temperatures, so it's stable at these temperatures. So they burn it even higher, and so at these temperatures, it's just okay. They're making these jars based on traditional Filipino funerary jars. That would be, you would you would put in a grave to bury someone with their valuables or traditional things.
How long have you been making it so far? Like how
Since 10 o'clock this morning.
since 10 o'clock this morning? Wow. Amazing. So they've been making that thing for the last what?
2 hours?
2 hours?
Hour and a half.
Hour and a half? Wow. Hour and a half. Hour and a half plus.
Red jar, how does it not melt on the floor when they're like putting it in the fire?
Okay. If you keep the stuff turning, when it gets soft, it kind of falls, and you turn it over and it falls again, and that keeps it on center. If you just stop turning, then you heat it up and make it soft, it would just fall completely.
That's cool how it just doesn't like fall and melt on the floor.
Yeah, so it is falling a little bit, and they turn it over, and it falls a little bit, and then they turn it over, and it falls a little bit, and that keeps it straight. Yes. Say it a little louder. They're called fire bricks. They're the bricks that you have in a pottery kiln. When they're made out of clay, and they burn the clay really, really hot, and so even hotter than you see there, and so they can withstand the heat that we use. They're called fire brick, and you see them in a pottery kiln. You have a question? Until if you remember it, tell me. Hello. Every once in a while, you'll see one of the glass blowers take a torch and heat up the connection between the steel rod, the punty, and the sculpture itself. That connection is fragile. As long as it's warm, everything's okay. If it's allowed to get too cold, that glass can crack and we can fall on the floor. almost done. The reason I know that is I see Sarah has some protective clothing. She's got gloves made out of Kevlar. She's going to carry the finished jar to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Everything that we make here pretty much has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we'll take it off the metal rod, we'll place it in the annealing oven, and we'll slowly turn the temperature down overnight. We're ready to remove that from the metal rod. We'll take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a little water on the joint between the sculpture and the metal rod. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap on the steel pipe, and off it should come. Sarah in the gray sweatshirt is ready to carry that to our annealing oven.
Is she about to take it to the oven? So they're about ready to cut it off? Ooh, nice. Is that about to be the final stage for it?
So it's going to have to cool in this oven overnight. So here he goes. Gabe sitting at the bench, dips his tweezers in water. You drip a little water where he wants the glass to break. The water will crack that joint, and he'll give the pipe a little tap, and off it comes. Into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for our guest artist, Romson Bustillo, and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're steel. They're Kevlar. Kevlar, it's a artificial material that firemen wear when they go into a burning building, that soldiers wear to make bulletproof vests. It's called Kevlar. Yeah. Louder. Yes. We open it when we put it in and we close it. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Are you thinking that's like a fridge?
No, it's an oven. It's hot in there, and then overnight we'll slowly turn the temperature down to room temperature. So it's get a little cooler. Right now it's 900 degrees in there, and overnight we'll slowly turn the temperature down, and that'll cool it slowly.
So that way, because you can't cool glass, like you can't put it in 70 Celsius.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Can I have that little piece right there?
No,
No, too hot, probably.
we can't give it. The scraps are not cooled properly. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to ask you a question. Whoever gets the question right will get a piece of glass. Does that sound fair?
What is that?
Okay. What are the three main ingredients in glass?
Oh, sand, heat, and sand, glass, heat, gas.
Nope. Sand is you got the sand one right. What?
Sand, heat, and paper.
Nope.
Sand, heat, and metal.
Nope. Yeah, it's sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. Soda ash is a chemical which makes the sand easier to melt, and the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture.
You know what more? That's easier.
Okay, another question, see if you're listening. What is the name of that round furnace with the door open? What's the name of that furnace in the middle with the door open? It's got a different name. Sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. Soda ash is sodium carbonate. Lime is calcium carbonate. Got a name. What's the name of this furnace here where we keep the big tank of molten glass? No. Nope.
Wait, is that the piece that you actually made?
Nope. Nope. I bought this. The Did you say the furnace? Did you say it?
Yeah.
There you go. The glass furnace. There you go. So if you look up on the big screen, You'll see some of the artwork by our guest artist, Romson Bustillo. He does a wide variety of things. He does printmaking, he does installations, he does performances, and a lot of them are inspired by his heritage, his Filipino heritage.
Your call. You're doing the great. Yeah. Yeah, so let's do that green one? Yes. Or the, I'm sorry, the what are the brown? There's the brown, the golden brown. What?
A little more background on this so I could sort of explain it better.
Yeah. So terms I would use is a ritual vessel, and for little kids, it'd be like think of a container that you might use as an offering or a gift. You could also think about they're more familiar with Dia de los Muertos now. It's kind of in that tradition of life, but it goes into the cemetery. But also think about King Tut. They know King Tut. Like all this. Yeah. So like for King Tut or Egyptians, just say tombs. Like what do you think goes into a tomb during the pyramid? That kind of stuff. Yeah. But yeah. And I know ritual vessel is maybe a little bit complicated for them, but like just think of like what do you put the gift in? Like a box. You put the gift in. In this case, it's a gift to like a belief system. But again, like this is historical, not traditional.
So we're starting the next of our sculptures. It's going to be very similar to the one that we just finished. The one we just finished was red. This one's going to be brown. All the, yes. No. Nope. How are you guys? How are you guys? I'm good. Good. 3 days a week. Yep, they've already started. So over on the far right, Ben has a rod of colored glass on the end of that steel pipe. Sarah is going to heat up her pipe, and we're going to blow a little bubble of clear glass, and then we're going to coat the clear glass bubble with the colored glass. All the glass in our big furnaces is clear. It has no color. We buy colored glass separately in the form of we call color bar. We put up the color bar photo. So we buy it for, commercially. We buy it like an artist buys paint. We blow a bubble of clear glass from our big furnace, and then we heat up a little chunk of whatever color we want it to be, and then we coat that initial bubble with the colored glass. The reason that we do it this way is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we were to fill the furnace with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we can coat it with whatever color we want it to be. So if you watch Sarah in the black shirt and shorts, she's going to blow a little bit of air into that tube. That's called the blowpipe. She'll close the end with her thumb, and the heat and pressure will expand the air and blow out the first bubble automatically. So keep your eye on Sarah. There's the little puff. And if you look at the glass, you'll see the little bubble pop out the end. That's called capping, and that's how we start almost every hollow object that we make. Whether it's a wine glass, a lampshade, a sculpture, a ceremonial vessel, it all starts out with that one little puff. Ben, tall guy standing up, has got the colored glass. He's going to get that hot and gooey. He's going to bring it to Sarah, and Sarah's going to coat her bubble with it. So when we drop the colored glass on top of our bubble and coat it, it's called a color overlay. O-V-E-R-L-A-Y. So now Sarah's going to smear that until it entirely coats the original bubble. If you look at that metal shield to the left of the furnace, the drawing at the top, that's what we're making. We're making it for our guest artist, Romson Bustillo. It's a ceremonial vessel based on historical vessels in the indigenous traditions of the Philippines. It's the kind of thing where you might put an offering to the gods in a tomb. It would be in one of these vessels. Do you guys have any questions? Sarah there in the black shirt and shorts, she's been working in glass for about 24 years. Gabe about 29 years, and Ben, tall guy, about 31 years. So these guys are full-time employees of the museum. They're consummate professionals and world-class glass blowers. Making the container in the drawing. Everything starts out a small little bubble, and you put more glass on it, and you blow it up, shape it. So it's just like an acorn doesn't look like an oak tree until it grows up. No, the orange color that you're seeing, it's going to be brown. The only reason I know it's brown is Romson told me so. What you're seeing, the color you're seeing while we're working is the glow from the heat. If you think about your own home, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot. They glow orange for a little while. Turn them off, they cool down. The orange glow disappears. That's the same thing you're seeing here. As long as this glass is hot, you're going to see the orange glow. When it cools down, that'll disappear, and you'll see the true color. It's 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and it starts to drop as soon as we get it out. 2100 degrees is as hot as the hottest volcano. Very similar. The lava is melted rocks which have a lot of silica in them, and the glass is melted sand which has a lot of silica in it. So chemically, they're very similar. So the glass that Sarah just added is clear glass. It has no color. We coated the first bubble with the colored glass, the brown, and now each successive layer will be clear on top of that. She was cooling it off with a tool called the block. It looks like a little scoop. We store it, it's made out of wood. We store it in water, but we don't use any water in it. We use it empty. We just want the wood itself to be damp so it doesn't burn. So here she goes again with the block. Gabe's taking the pipe over to the pipe cooler. We have a T-shaped metal trough. We lay the pipe in that trough and we spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. All the weight is on the far end of that pipe. So if you grab it like this, it's going to be very awkward. If you grab it like this, you're going to have much better leverage. Put the water, the pipes get hot when we go into the furnace where it's in front of the burners. The pipes don't conduct that much heat, not nearly as much as common sense would lead you to believe. The pipe, first of all, once the end of the pipe is covered with glass, glass is an insulator, so it's shielded from the direct heat of the furnace. And the pipes are very long. They have a lot of surface area compared to their mass, so they have a lot of places for the heat to escape. So a handle of a frying pan that gets hot on your stove, that's maybe 9 or 10 inches long. These are 4.5 feet long. If you grab these 9 inches from the glass, it would be too hot to hold. Yes. In fact, you're encouraged to take pictures. So right now we're in the process of collecting enough glass to make the sculpture that Mr. Bustillo wants. We have to do it in layers. Each time we dip the bubble into the big furnace, only a certain amount of glass will stick. So we dip it in, we shape it, we let it cool, and then we dip it in again for more glass. Each time we dip it in, it's called taking a gather, G-A-T-H-E-R. And sometimes when we're describing how big we want something, we say it's 1 gather, 2 gathers, 3 gathers. In the center, Sarah sitting at the workbench is shaping that bubble with a pad of wet newspaper. Everyday ordinary newspaper soaked in water, and as long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much. It does burn some, and doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Sarah's just letting her bubble cool and stiffen before we immerse it in our big tank of molten glass and coat it again. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? rectangular, short, rectangular opening, curved edges. Yeah, yes, they put these plates in particular were used to put like offerings in the tombs. These were actually secondary burial jars that were used to actually hold the bones. Ceramic.
You're welcome to this. I can't find my cup.
So now we have all the glass we need. We start to blow it up to its full size and shape. Ben, sitting to the left of the workbench, he's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes. When we use the torches, we can focus the heat in a particular place. We're about to do what's called jacking it down, making a sharp crease in the glass, so we have a place where we can break it off the pipe. So Gabe has taken the torch and heated up the area that he wants to shape to make it a little extra hot and extra soft.
Show them. Here's one that's in the making actually. It's really heavy, but you could just do like that. Oh no, I was just saying. Here's one with the
Sculpted.
yeah, that's still to be blasted. If someone was curious, but it's very heavy, so just kind of like. Yeah. But that's the last of my.
Buttercut?
God, it's like precious material. So
I'll
crazy.
bet there's somebody that's still making.
But even Preston's running out of it, so it's done. If Preston's running out of it, it's done.
The original 3M stuff is not made
Yes, ma'am,
anymore.
sir.
A company called Yankee Continental.
That's what I use. No, that's what I use. That's what I use now.
I mean, you call them up. So we're going to make some marks on the pipe so you can tell where you are, what the orientation is. If we're going to flatten two sides, we want to make two sides parallel. If we put a mark on the thing, when it's up, it's one side. When it's down, it's the opposite side. It's hard to tell with something that's round where exactly you are. So you don't want to have the two sides at an angle. You want them parallel. Has anybody got any questions? Why did he put a sweatshirt on? Because he's going to get up close to the glass, and he's going to really feel the heat. So when he uses those paddles to squeeze it, he's going to be up really close. That's the burning cork. Those pads are made out of cork, just like cork in a wine bottle. And the cork is a material which allows us to press on the glass fairly hard without leaving any marks. If you smell a smell that's kind of slightly spicy in the air, that's the burning cork. Not unpleasant. It's kind of nice. That's from the cork pads that he's using to flatten the sides of this glass. I have to ask.
What? How heavy did you say that is? I don't know. What do you think, sir? I haven't picked it up. 20 pounds. Bring this bottom in a little bit more, though. Just heat the bottom.
20 pounds, but probably another 10 for the pipe. It feels much heavier because you've got all that weight out on the end of the pole. It's like picking up a bowling ball with a fishing pole. The leverage is all wrong, so it feels a lot heavier than it looks on a scale. 20 pounds of groceries, not so bad. 20 pounds out at the end of the pole, much harder to lift. Mr. Bustillo wants this kind of rectangular cross section. This is not a shape that glass forms naturally. So we're going to have to coax it little by little, flattening the sides, sharpening the corners. Can we put up some of Mr. Bustillo's artwork up on the big screen? Mr. Bustillo is a printmaker as well as a sculptor. Bustillo also does performance art. These are some of the traditional vessels that you would find in the tombs.
my mother's family is Regarde. It's like crazy.
So we're getting ready to transfer our container from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. Over to the right of center. Ben, tall guy, is going to put a little more glass on that rod. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank with 1,000 pounds of molten glass. He's dropping some of that excess glass off. We'll save that excess glass, and that'll eventually go back in the furnace. So this second steel rod that's going to hold it from the bottom is called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Attach the punty to the bottom. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. When they feel that bond is strong enough to bear the weight, we'll break the glass away from the original metal pipe. So then the vessel will be held from the bottom, the top will be exposed, the top can then be heated and shaped. Okay, I'm just going to warm up this section where we're going to break it off. That seems to help. Drip a little water where he wants it to break. The water will crack the glass. When he gives the pipe a tap, off it comes. Does anybody have any questions? Every once in a while. Yeah, it gets a little busy in here. We only, each one of them, consumes some gas, so we only light up the ones that we absolutely need. There's glasses in the glass furnaces. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So the ones with the doors closed, they look like that inside. They have a big ceramic tank with 1,000 pounds of molten glass. Those are always hot. The round ones with the doors open are called glory holes. Those have no glass in them. Can we put up the glory hole diagram? And they're just a brick barrel with a gas burner in the side. So each time we heat up the glass in the glory hole, it only stays soft for a minute or two. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft, and when it starts to cool and stiffen, we return to the glory hole and heat it up again. No. We get our glass in a form called batch, which is kind of like a cake mix. It's got all the ingredients proportioned, and we shovel it in, and we cook it overnight, and all the ingredients melt together and make glass. With sand, soda ash, and lime. So when we throw it in, it's not glass yet. Kind of. Actually, it's formulating the glass is pretty difficult thing. Getting the chemistry and all the softening behaviors and all this stuff all right. It's actually kind of complicated. We buy a glass that's specifically formulated for this hand blowing process. So it's different than the glass that goes in a bottle. The glass that goes in a bottle is formulated to harden very quickly, so a machine can make 1,000 bottles in an hour. Our glass is formulated to harden very slowly, so we can shape it by hand. The basic chemistry is the same, the proportions are different. We buy it from a company in North Carolina. It's called Spruce Pine Batch, and that's what they specialize in, is making these glasses for this type of hand blowing. Two kinds of ovens. There's the glory holes, the round ones with the doors open. Those are 2,300 degrees. The glass furnaces where we keep the molten glass are 2,100. So basically, the glass furnaces are kind of on simmer, like a pot of soup on your stove. The glory holes are a little bit hotter to heat things up quickly while we're working. 2,100 degrees is as hot as the hottest volcano. It should give you some rule of thumb to compare it to. So our glass furnace is kind of like having your own private volcano. large jars. I don't know what shape will be, but we're working for our guest artist, Romson Bustillo. So these are all his designs, and they're being executed by our resident ceramic craftsman. Mr. Bustillo is not a glass blower himself.
So the design work that goes into these, is it kind of mapped out digitally or something ahead of time by the artist? Or how,
The drawing that we're working from is, can we get a close-up of the drawing to the left of the glory hole? It's on the shield. We get a camera on there. Yeah, that drawing right there. See how close we can get. There you go. So this is the drawing that Mr. Bustillo made, and that's the one we're working from.
is it like a bathtub for a cat? We were just wondering what is it for? It's either a pickle jar or a bathroom for a cat. A very expensive pickle jar.
Maybe like a, you know, they make a lid, maybe like a lemonade container or something. I don't know.
These are based on historical containers that were used in the tombs of the Filipino culture before Christianity and Islam came to the indigenous Filipino culture. So all the forms that we're making today reflect these traditional forms.
How much does that thing weigh?
20 pounds
Wow.
plus another 10 for the pipe. Allows us to press on the glass without leaving the cork.
Okay, that'd be good. I'm really good at that about books and everything. Like somebody, if I put them in my notes, then I'll look at them.
These guys are using what we call the egg shield. It's got a little slit in it, and when we have the doors wide open, it protects the glassblower's hands from the heat.
The oven does that. Oh, it is. Oh, it is. Oh. Okay. Okay. Instead of freezing.
Mr. Bustillo wants this sort of rectangular cross section. It's not a shape that glass naturally wants to make, so it has to be coaxed little by little to form that kind of shape. Hi. Do you guys have any questions? No? Okay. All over the world come and work in our shop. Some of them are glass artists, some are not. Theo is not. So we have an artist from outside who's not a glass blower, and they come and we bring us designs and we make their designs. Twenty, 22 years. Started, opened in 2002.
I live in Seattle, and I hardly ever get to Tacoma. This is one of the first times I've ever been to Tacoma, so it's like all Greek to me. But it's
I know that.
it's really wonderful.
I live in Seattle too, so I know.
Yeah.
There's a psychological barrier.
I think there is, yeah, something like that. But it feels good down here because we have fishing in our family, so there's lots of water and docks and stuff. From Seattle.
What?
We do good
I-
community. That's a
Not
tough
my
one.
favorite thing.
No, I wouldn't think so. He's staying in Auburn right now, so we try to think of something we can do that's close here.
Yeah,
Close to
no.
Auburn.
It's a unique thing you're not going to see in other places.
No. It's really amazing to see it in person.
Sarah's taking her pipe over to the pipe cooler, and she's going to bring some glass to Gabe in the center. We're going to add some additions to this form. Sort of handles. So the three members of our glass blowing team are, we have Gabe Feenan sitting at the center workbench. He's leading our team today. Ben Cobb, tall guy to his left, and Sarah Gilbert coming over with the glass for the addition. When we heat up the glass with a torch like that, it enables us to focus the heat in a particular place. We just cut off those bits where we cut it with the shears. It leaves a little mark. We melt that so there's no mark left. Does anybody have any questions? These forms that we're making reflect the indigenous traditions of the people of the Philippines, their religions and practices that they had before the Spanish colonized them. The colors come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, gold makes it a beautiful ruby red.
They mix in that right at the start?
Well, what we do is we blow a bubble of clear glass from our big furnaces. The furnaces are all clear, and we heat up a chunk of colored glass, which we buy, and then we coat that original bubble with the colored glass. Can we play the color overlay? We have a little video show you how we apply the color.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we buy these commercial color rods called Color Bar. We buy it mainly from two companies in Germany, and they have almost 200 colors. The reason that we apply it in this manner is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we would fill the furnace with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we can have any color at any time. That's the main reason that we do it this way, is the flexibility with the color. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. We keep the annealer at 925 degrees all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there. At that temperature, the glass will hold its shape. And then at night, the oven has a computerized thermostat that automatically slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. The thicker something is, the longer we take to cool it. If we were just to put this on the table and let it cool on its own, it'd be cool in 20 minutes, but it would shatter. Sarah's put on some protective clothing. The gloves that she's wearing are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. It's the kind of thing that firemen wear when they go into a burning building. It's also used to make bulletproof vests. We'll drip some water on the joint between the metal rod and the sculpture itself. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap on the metal pipe should release it. Sarah goes over to the annealer, where the glass will be cooled slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for our guest artist, Romson Bustillo, and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. So that concludes our demonstrations for this morning. We're going to take an hour lunch. If anybody has any questions before I go to lunch, I'd be happy to answer.
This is random, but I saw there's music. Like there was music on the 20th. Does that happen regularly, or is that like a new thing?
You know, every once in a while.
Yeah. Who organizes the music?
Elizabeth Emerson, the high education.
Elizabeth. Okay. Sweet. Yeah. I organize shows around town too, so I didn't know that they did live stuff in here at all.
Yes, I mean, Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today we have a guest artist, Romson Bustillo. He's the man in the white shirt over on the right. He's working with our resident team of glassblowers to make his designs. Just to get you started, I'm going to give you just a very quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, we have a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So inside each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit is as hot as the hottest volcano. So our glass furnaces are kind of like having your own private volcano. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go to the second type of furnace, and those are called glory holes. The glory holes are the round ones with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. All glass, when it's really hot, looks orange. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. If you've ever seen an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot. They glow orange for a little while. Turn them off, they cool down, the orange disappears, and you see the gray again. Glass is the same way. So Sarah, right there's Sarah Gilbert right here, has blown a little bubble of clear glass. Ben, standing by the glory hole, he's heating up a bar of colored glass. I believe it's red. And we're going to coat Sarah's bubble with the red glass. So this is the way that we color most of the things that we make. We blow a bubble of clear from the furnace, we heat up a chunk of whatever color we want the object to be, and then we coat that clear bubble with the colored glass. Has anybody got any questions so far? Yes. Yes, the glass inside the furnace has the consistency of honey. It's like a big giant pot of honey. So we dip the pipe in there, swirl it around. It's like dipping into a big jar of honey. Yeah. We're making these containers based on historical Filipino culture. They're sort of these containers would be, let's say, in a tomb or something, with and contain things for the person who died to take into the afterlife. So they would, fill these things with offerings, and so these are sculptures designed by our guest artist based on these traditional shapes. So if you can just see, can we get a camera on the drawing on the far left, on the heat shield? See if we can get you a photo. Maybe a little later. So it's going to be a big kind of rectangular container. Can we get a close-up of the drawing? guys have any questions? Hi. The folks that are making the glass today are our resident team of glass blowers. They work for the museum. They're super skilled. They have, each of them has more than 20 years experience making glass. When we have a guest artist like Mr. Bustillo, um, he's not a glass blower himself, so he comes up with designs, and our team of glass blowers make his designs. The three folks that are working the glass are Sarah Gilbert over on the right, Gabe Feenan here in the center with the hat, and Ben Cobb, who's walked off temporarily. Do you guys have any questions? Do you? Oh, just have hold the hands. Okay.
Pronounced like Leo. I appreciate what you do. Just don't call me. Like it's not X-ray. It's not first. And that's like, that's a good song for us. Or the Hawaiian, do you know the Hawaiian wedding song? I love that song. It's, they're gonna.
So Sarah's going over to the furnace. She's going to dip her bubble in the molten glass. She'll turn it around a couple of times. And when she comes out, she'll have a fresh layer of hot molten glass on her bubble. She's taken to the workbench, and she's going to shape it with a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood itself is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass. Yeah. What do you spray in the furnace? Water. If there's bubbles on the surface of the glass, if we spray water in there, we can pop the bubbles. So the first part of this process will be just collecting enough glass to make the object that we're making.
Is there color in it now?
Yes. The color gets applied. First we make a bubble of clear, then we apply the color, then more clear over that. So it's basically going to line the object with color. And it's a red. Although it doesn't look red at the moment, it looks orange. When we blow it out and it cools down, it'll be red. So Sarah's taking the block again, just making that thing nice and round and even. So right now that bubble is hollow, but the walls are quite thick. Eventually we're going to blow it up like a balloon. Mr. Bustillo is a very multi-talented artist. He does printmaking, he does performances, he does installations, and last few years he's been working in glass. You can see an example of his work on the pedestal. Yes. How many things of glass do they make a day? Well, it depends on what we're making. If we're making Christmas ornaments, we could probably make 60 in a day. These things are taking about an hour and a half, so we'll probably make 4. Sure. Yes. Oh, I don't think we've ever put in there long enough to let the glass drip off again. The glass is thick. It's kind of gooey. Yeah, we don't. I mean, we don't. If we kept it in there, we just kept it in there without. Eventually, the glass would drip off again, but we don't keep it in there that long. Can we put up the honey dipper photo? So if you look up on the big screen, that sort of gives you an idea of what it's like. It's like dipping into a big jar of honey. Sarah's going over to the pipe cooler. When we reach into the furnace to get the glass out, it often gets the steel pipes hot. So we take them over to this trough. We spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Yeah. This is an annealer. When we finish a piece of glass like this, we can't just let it cool on its own. We have to cool it slowly. So we put it in an oven like this, and we slowly turn the temperature down to room temperature overnight. And that slow cooling prevents breaking. It's called annealing. So this is the same as this oven over here, the other one, the black one on the other side, and the silver one on the other side. Those are all annealers. So Sarah is letting her bubble cool and stiffen. And we're going to put more glass on top of that. Each time we dip it in and add a layer, it's called taking a gather. G-A-T-H-E-R. So sometimes when we're describing how big something is, we say it's one gather, two gathers, three gathers. Now Sarah's going over to our other furnace. And she's getting another gather. Yeah, I mean, depending on the project, we need more workstations. We have two furnaces. We'll basically we'll work out of one furnace until it's almost empty. Then we'll switch to the full furnace, and in the empty furnace, we'll cook more glass. So that one will be all cooked up the next day. That'll be full, and just back and forth, back and forth. Yeah.
How do you get the glass in the furnace?
Well, we get the glass in a form called batch. Batch is kind of like a cake mix. It's got all the ingredients proportioned out. We get it in big 50-pound bags. We throw it into the furnace, cook it overnight. In the morning, it becomes glass. It's a powder, yes. It has three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. Soda ash is sodium carbonate. It acts as a flux and lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. So when we get it, it's not glass yet. It's all the raw ingredients. After we bake it, it's glass. Which fluid? Yes, that's water. Just regular old plain everyday water. We put our wooden tools in the bucket. We want, and if the tools are, if the wood itself is damp, then they don't burn when we touch the glass. A lot of the things that we do here are simpler than you might think. You guys have any questions?
Why was she spraying water into the furnace?
There's bubbles on the surface of the glass, and we spray, room temperature water in there. We can pop the bubble.
Oh, cool.
Picks the music. Usually the guest artist. This is going to be a vessel. You see there's a drawing over on the steel shield over on the left, the kind of a cream-colored paper. And it's going to be kind of rectangular with round corners, and it's based on the historical Filipino vessels, funerary vessels, that would go into, say, a tomb or something. Mr. Bustillo is Filipino by birth, and so a lot of the forms that he makes are influenced by the historical cultures that preceded the Spanish and the Islamic cultures that came later on. Can you read on the screen the letters? The English on the screen, does that help? Not so good, huh? Okay, well, think. Well, if it's something I can explain to you, you let me know. So we want you to understand.
No questions because we are here first time, and for us all things interesting, all new and all interesting.
Good.
We hope that we will come for master class for как это, называется, workshop.
Uh-huh.
We want to
Try it? You want to try
we
it?
want to try. We want to come to workshop.
Yes, that would be fun. That's good. You can sign up at a point at the front desk. You can sign up, and we have people who help you walk through making a simple object.
Because I think it's so heavy. Yes.
Well, but if you take the workshop, you'll be making small things,
Small things.
so it won't be so heavy. So once we get a lot of glass on the end of that pole, it feels really heavy. It's like, it feels much heavier than it weighs on the scale. So it's like, if you think about it, it's like picking up a bowling ball with a fishing pole. The weight is way out on the end, and so it gets heavy. The longer that Gabe keeps that in the glory hole, the hotter and softer it will become. He's going to shape it with a tool called the block. That tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as it shapes the glass. Now Gabe is shaping the glass. The pad in his hand that he's shaping the glass with is just ordinary newspaper, folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Can we put up, oh, can't put up anything right now. So now the man seated to the left, he's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube and blowing it up like a balloon.
I don't really do schools, I don't really know what the accent is.
He's multiplied times. So we're blowing it up like a balloon. Gabe is squeezing one end, making a notch in it so that we have a place where we can break it away from the pipe. We want to shape the glass when it's very hot and soft. So as soon as it starts to become hard to shape, we go back to the glory hole, the round oven, and heat it up again, make it nice and soft. As Gabe shapes the glass, one of his assistants is holding a wooden paddle in front of his arm to shield him from the heat.
I think it's 308.
Correct. So now Gabe in the hat, he's going to grab some cork pads and he's going to start to squeeze that bubble and make it more rectangular like in the drawing. So the pads in Gabe's hand are made out of cork, like cork in a wine bottle. The cork allows us to press against the glass without leaving any marks. He's checking the diameter so that we make this thing the same proportions as in Mr. Bustillo's drawing. Hi, how are you? Good. You guys have any questions? Color, okay. The color in glass comes mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white. So when we first start this thing, we blew a bubble of clear glass, we heated up a chunk of red glass, and then we coated the first bubble with the red glass. No, it's a shape on the metal shield. Can we get a camera on the drawing again? Yeah. So that is the drawing that Mr. Bustillo gave us. That's what we're working for. So it's kind of a rectangular cross section with round corners and it's kind of shallow. You see, he's squeezing it with those paddles. So he's blow around bubble and he's squeezing it and slowly coaxing it in to the shape that Mr. Bustillo wants. We're probably working from about 2100 when it comes fresh out of the furnace down to about 13 or 1400. So as soon as we get it out of the furnace, the temperature starts to drop. And we only work on it when it's really soft, and when it starts to get cool and get stiffer, we return to the glory hole and heat it up again. So it's, I don't know, I would say that's maybe 600-700 degree range. Yes. We have, a minute or two at the most after we get it out of the glory hole. Yeah, these guys who are blowing the glass, they're our core resident team of glassblowers. They're employees of the museum. They each have over 20 years experience apiece. So they're excellent, excellent glassblowers. So Mr. Bustillo is here for 5 days. He's got run of the shop. He'll leave one piece for the museum collection and one piece for our annual fundraising auction. Everything else that gets made, he'll take with him. Two that he made this morning and this one are similar. We might be making different ones later on. Yes. What's the failure rate? It depends on if it's something that we've made before. If it's something we're used to making, maybe 1 out of 100. If it's something completely new and difficult, maybe 1 out of 5. Mm-hmm. Oh, well, sometimes they do that for the theatrical value. It's not always an accident. Well, just to make the thing more exciting. They often get instructions to trash that one. Especially for the cameras. Where do we keep the glass? The glass is in those machines where you see the doors closed. Those are the furnaces. Those, each one of them has a tank with 1,000 pounds of melted glass in them. 1,000 pounds. Well, glass is pretty heavy, so it's not as much as you would think. A block of glass that's 3 feet long, 2 feet wide, and 1 foot deep, that weighs 1,000 pounds. Now you're starting to see the thing take shape. You see it's kind of a narrow with a rectangular cross section. So now Gabe is using a wooden paddle to flatten the bottom and cork pads to shape the sides. Do you guys have any questions? Okay. What about you guys? Why does he what? Oh, we got to keep the glass hot so it doesn't break. So where the metal pole attaches to the bottom, that part is very fragile. As long as it's warm, everything's cool. If it starts to get too cold, the glass will crack. When I say cold, I mean below 900 degrees. The reason I'm telling you that, if you do a time lapse, you probably want to, you don't want to see it take, first half hour, but and he's finishing the old one. Yeah. So the next thing we're going to do is transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the vessel from the bottom while we shape the top. Gabe, just hold a piece of chalk against the bottom so we can see where the center is. So if you hold the chalk steady and turn the pipe, it makes a little circle, and that shows you where the center is. The chalk will just wipe off after we're done. Maybe a half inch. Yes. They're making a vessel that they used to make in ancient in the Philippines. sort of, they used to put them in tombs to carry precious things. So it's after those really old containers that you would find in a tomb of somebody who was important. So it's a kind of rectangular vessel that's kind of short and long. Yes, correct. So we've attached the punty to the bottom of the vessel. Little tap. So now it's held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Yes. Oh, the blowtorch allows us to focus the heat in a particular place. When we put it in the big round oven, it kind of heats it up generally. If we need the heat just in a particular place, we use the blowtorch. So we can control how much of the glass gets heated by how far we stick it into that oven. So right now, Ben is concentrating the heat on the very top because that's the part that we're going to shape. You'll see when it comes out, the top of the piece will glow, the back end won't glow. Now, standing in front of the piece is Gabe in the white hat. And he's using a tool called the jacks to widen the opening. Sarah's holding a wooden paddle across the front to keep that opening straight. He's reaching inside with a tool called the parchophy, similar to the jacks, except it has wooden blades instead of metal blades. And it's less likely to mark the glass as he shapes it. He's pressing on the inside to make that opening wider. Has anybody got any questions? So this shape that we're making for Mr. Bustillo is a hard shape to make. It's kind of rectangular. Glass wants to be round. So we're going to have to coax it little by little into this rectangular shape. formed based on these historical Filipino vessels that they would, the funerary vessels that you'd find in a tomb or something.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Bustillo, he's born in the Philippines, lives here in America, but part of his heritage was sort of the pre-Hispanic Philippines before the indigenous culture before the Spanish.
Does that require a lot of pressure when you sit there, like what are you doing?
Well, you're trying to coax it into this kind of narrow, kind of rectangular cross-section vessel.
Right,
And it's not a natural shape for glass to make, so you have to kind of coax it little by little.
Right. Yeah, does that require a lot of pressure?
Not a lot of pressure, but it requires a lot of planning.
Planning. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, you gotta keep
The glass doesn't naturally take that shape.
Right.
You have to kind of coax it into that shape.
Yeah, that's so cool. Yeah, it seems like he knows exactly what he's doing.
It's hard. I mean, there's certain shapes that the glass, naturally makes, and this is not one of them.
Right. Yeah, we install the glass for working stuff, so we love glass.
Install glass like window glass?
Windows, shower doors, anything. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. I know it's nothing like what these guys do, but
That was cool.
yeah. We got into it, so. Yeah, we were in town to visit, so we figured we'd come to the glass museum.
There you go. Yeah, we have some good shows. Have you seen the exhibits yet?
Yeah, man, we just visited one. We were gonna check out Art Alley before we got out of here.
Oh, there's kid stuff. We have a class test for kids.
Yeah.
Any kid that comes to the museum can do a drawing once a month, pick one of the drawings, and make whatever they drew out of glass.
Oh.
There's an exhibit all over the lobby as well. They make all this crazy drawings that we have to make them.
That's so cool. That is great.
He said whoever wins the contest, we bring the whole family down, we make it in front of them. We make two of them, one for the kids to keep and one for the museum collection.
That's so cool.
And what you're seeing here are the museum collections, but each of the kids has their own.
That is so cool. That's awesome.
The glass, when the glass gets hotter, the hotter it gets, the more it glows orange. So it's like if you ever looked in a toaster, when the wires get hot, they glow orange. That's the same thing that's happening with the glass. So as it's cooler, it looks more like its natural color, and when it gets hotter, it glows orange no matter what color it is. What? It's red? It's red. It's a red. It's an opaque red. Yes. We blew a bubble of clear glass, and then we heat up a chunk of red glass and coated that first bubble with the red glass. We'll blow it up as we're working. It's going to look orange. As it cools, it'll look more red. Then hotter again, it looks less red. And then finally, when it cools all the way down, it'll be like a regular opaque red. Red's a funny color. It looks pretty brown right now, but it's not going to be that brown when it cools off. Over to the right, Sarah's getting some more glass, and we're going to make a handle, 2 handles, one on each side of the vessel. We're on the right, Sarah's gone over to the pipe cooler. We reach into the furnace to get the glass out. It gets the pipe very hot. You take it over to that trough, and we just spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. If you're here with kids, we have a special contest for kids. Any kid 12 and under can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter. There's a table out in the lobby with entry forms and drawing materials. And we have an exhibit, the kids design glass, in our main lobby, the Grand Hall. And you can see a lot of the things that we made for the kids in the past. We've been doing this contest for 20 years. So we have a lot of cool things. So laying on the handles. Mr. Bustillo has the cork pads, and he's shaping one of the handles. Here comes Sarah with the bit, that's what we call it, when we add some glass like this. Gabe cut it off with his shears. He's going to shape it with that metal paddle called the tag, T-A-G. Periodically, you'll see them take a torch and warm up the place where the metal pole attaches to the bottom of the sculpture. That connection is fragile. As long as it's kept warm, everything's okay. If it starts to get too cold, that connection can crack. So periodically, they'll take a torch and just warm that section up. No, just judgment, experience. When I say too cold, I mean below 900 degrees. Gabe is melting the little spots where we cut the glass off. When we cut it with the shears, it leaves a little mark. We melt it, we make that mark go away. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So once we're done shaping it, we'll take it off the metal rod. We'll place it in that big black oven. That's called the annealer. We keep the annealer at 925 degrees all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there. And then at night, the oven has a little computerized thermostat that will slowly turn the temperature down to room temperature overnight. The handles that went on are clear. They're not going to be red like the vase. The vase is going to be like, when it cools off, it'll be like cherry red. It looks brown now, but that's the way red glass is. When it's kind of medium hot, it looks brown. It'll cool to be cherry red. The glass that they added for the handles are both clear. They're straight from the factory. They'll be clear when they cool off. match. We buy all the colors commercially, so we would have taken that ball of glass that we made the handles from, and we would have coated it with red glass, so that it would be the same red as the body. So Sarah's put on some protective clothing. She's going to carry the finished piece to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Mr. Bustillo is going to carve these vessels with a sandblaster, so there'll be designs all over them. So we're making the blank vessel, and he's going to carve the designs in himself at another time, after the glass is cold. Sarah will put on some Kevlar gloves. She's going to carry the finished piece to the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. The Kevlar gloves are heat resistant and insulating. When she grabs it, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, will no longer change shape, and we'll cool it slowly overnight, and the vessel won't break. We'll put a little water on the joint between the vessel and the metal rod. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap on the steel pipe, and off it comes. And into our annealer to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for Romson Bustillo and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Ben Cobb, Sarah Gilbert, and Gabe Feenan. Thanks for coming in, guys. I'd have to ask my brother.
Maybe one or two.
Okay. I mean, I have like photos of me with long hair when I was in college as a hippie.
Yeah, I love as much photos as you have, and I can also ask your friends too.
Right.
Like they talked a lot about you after you moved to Seattle. Like I forget what decade, perhaps the 70s, where you guys had a lot of like artists. It's like a grassroots artist thing. You paint like beer
Yes,
mugs
yes.
and
We
sell
have
them
our
and stuff.
2 treasured glasses of beer, our charity thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a little painting club, me and Cappy and Dick and Dante. And,
Yeah. I love like any sort of visual representation.
I have a
That
picture
time.
of the only painted Dante piece ever made.
Really? I love it. Yeah, I need access to that.
That was made at the club.
Okay.
That was okay. I'll look around.
Yeah, well, all that stuff you can sort of dig out of that early period of your life that I don't have any footage for, because they're talking about it, and I love to, we can kin burn several photos, just anything you can
Over on right, we're starting the next piece for our guest artist, Romson Bustillo. So over on the right, Sarah has blown a bubble of clear glass. We've coated it with colored glass. She's going to shape that up and let it cool and stiffen a bit. And then we're going to start coating it with clear glass. So now on the right, Sarah's inspecting the bubble. See if there's any bubbles or impurities in there. At this point, when the glass is thick and gooey, we can actually yank that part of the glass out and snip it off. She's just picking out bubbles. So Gabe is going over to the pipe cooler. You guys have any questions? Okay, that's cool too.
There's an almond roca there if you want.
Ooh, nice.
I'm sticking with love.
Yeah. They're making these vessels sort of based on historical Filipino vessels that they used in funerals and tombs and stuff. So Mr. Bustillo, he's of Filipino origin. He lives and works. He was born Filipinos in the Philippines. He lives and works here in the United States, and so he's sort of taking off on some of these ancient shapes that you would have found in the Filipino culture that preceded when the Spanish came. I don't think he has any particular plans for them yet, but eventually they'll go somewhere. Artists just make stuff because they want to make it. Then they figure out what to do with it.